The Lord be with you. Let us pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our sovereign Elizabeth and the government of this territory, to the governor, the premier, the members of this House of Assembly, and all in positions of public trust and responsibility, the guidance of your Holy Spirit. May they never lead the territory wrongly through the love of power, greed, desire to please, or unworthy ideals, but laying aside all private interests and prejudices, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all who live in these islands. So may your kingdom come and your name be hallowed. Amen. Let us bow before the Almighty God, offering our prayers for the third sitting of the fourth session of the fourth House of Assembly. We do not know the wisdom of God or what the Lord intends, but we do know God's mercy. So we pray that God may fill these members with the 7 virtues of Christian living, that God may grant to these members prudence to determine and direct their conduct, that they may be empowered with practical reason to discern the true good of this territory in every circumstance and to choose the right means of achieving it. That God may grant to these members here justice to habitually think what is right, to be upright in their conduct toward their neighbor, and that they may be constant and firm in respecting the rights of each as established human relationships that promote equity with regards to all persons and the common good. That God may grant to these members here fortitude to be firm in difficulties and constant in the pursuit of good, that their resolve to resist temptation and overcome obstacles in moral life may be strengthened, and more particularly, that they may renounce and sacrifice their own needs, desires, and aspirations, and even life in defense of the just cause for all who live in this territory. That God may grant to these members here temperance, by which their attraction of pleasures may be moderated, and their use of created goods balanced, that they may have mastery over their instincts, and that their desires to be kept within the limits of what is true and just and honorable. That God may grant to these members here faith to believe in all he has said and revealed to them, so that they may freely commit their entire self to God and to his purpose, thereby seeking to know and to do his will. That God may grant to the members here hope, that they may trust in the grace of the Holy Spirit and place their trust in the promises of Christ, not relying on their own strength and understanding, so that the aspiration to happiness which God has placed in the heart of every human being may be achieved, and that all in this territory may be protected from discouragement, sustained in times of abandonment, preserved from selfishness, and led to happiness. That God may grant to the members here love, that they may love him above all things for his own sake and their neighbors as themselves. That they may all be bound together in perfect harmony, that their human intentions and aspirations be purified, and that all may experience true joy, peace, and mercy as they carry out their deliberations in a disinterested, respectable, and generous way. That God may give to these members here courage to remove their sins of pride, to mend broken relationships, and to restore those in emotional distress to soundness of mind and serenity of spirit. And that God may grant to these members here wisdom to restore to wholeness whatever is broken by human sin in their lives and in our lives, in our territory, and in the world. We make these petitions before the throne of grace as we say together, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And now may the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. May the Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Amen.
Please be seated. I call on the clerk.
Elections of Speaker. Wherever it is necessary for the House to elect a person to be Speaker, whether after a general election or when a vacancy in the office of Speaker has occurred in any other way, the procedure for the election shall be as provided in this order. Any member having first ascertained that the person to be proposed is properly qualified and is willing to serve if elected may, addressing himself to the clerk, propose some person as Speaker and move that that person to take the chair of the House as Speaker. The proposal shall require to be seconded, but no debate whatsoever shall be allowed. If only one person is so proposed, he shall be declared by the clerk to have been elected. If more than one person is so proposed, the House shall proceed to elect a Speaker by ballot.
I call on the clerk.
I would now invite Ms. George Massicat to take the oath of affirmation.
Okay. I haven't heard a nomination by the committee.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, Madam Clerk, I nominate Corinne George Massicat to be the new Speaker of this fourth House of Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition has no nominee.
Thank you. The motion has been moved and passed. I call on the clerk.
I, Corinne George Massicat, do solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that I will well and truly serve Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and the people of the Virgin Islands in the office of Speaker. Corinne George Massicat, do solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. This is the third sitting of the fourth session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands. This House now convenes. I recognize the Honorable Member, Mr. Fraser.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order. Madam Speaker, I wish to extend congratulations to you on this high honor of being elected Speaker of this Fourth House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, you are a true symbol of the representation of universal suffrage in all its forms. I don't have to point out that you are female and that in the last 6 elections that we've had in this House for Speaker, 4 times a woman has been the successful recipient of that seat. It speaks volumes to what the Virgin Islands means, or how the Virgin Islands feels about our democracy. You've added to the numbers that we have had in this House to date. So far, we've had 4 women in the House of Assembly. Now it's 5. The number is continuing to grow, and it's something that I applaud. Madam Speaker, I urge you, in the short time that you have before this term ends, which is supposed to be sometime in February, to be a quick learner in the post of Speaker, because it is quite possible that you, like others, might misconstrue the meaning of Speaker and its functions. I urge you to read Erskine May. I urge you to study the standing orders. It's short, but it needs to be studied. I urge you to follow the House of Commons and look at their rules vis-a-vis the rules vis-a-vis the duties of the Speaker. All too often, speakers might feel in their mind that they should be treated like ministers, and that their duties extend beyond what they're really supposed to be. Section 56 of the Constitution is clear on what a minister is and isn't. There is no such section in the Constitution for Speaker. Yet, speakers try to emulate it, which is a mistake. Madam Speaker, the clerk of the House of Assembly, like clerks everywhere else in the Commonwealth, is here to advise you. And like they say, advice isn't always taken or doesn't have to be taken. But my advice to you is to take the advice of the clerk. The House of Assembly, as far as the Speaker is concerned, is limited to these hollowed walls. And if you might keep that in mind, Madam Speaker, there is no trouble for you to get into. I have no doubt that you are a smart person. I don't know you personally, but it seems to me as if your credentials precede you, and I would tend to go with those credentials that you have. You're young. The world is your oyster. I'm here to be of any assistance I can be to you in conducting yourself and executing your duties. It is this House of Assembly, Madam Speaker, has done some great things, and there are great things in the pipeline. I urge you to consult with the clerk of the House, consult with the Deputy Speaker on moving those initiatives forward. We are here in this facility, even though we came here through an accident. I know Father Rock will take me to task on this. It was an act of God, the hurricane. It wasn't an accident. I consider it an accident, but we came here because of that. And actually, it wasn't a hurricane, it's COVID. I'm sorry, it was COVID that got us here. And once we got here, we realized that things can be done at our official home, and it's under renovation. So I expect you to execute that, continue that execution. But Madam Speaker, until we move back to that place, consider this our home. And when I say that your duties are confined to these hallowed walls, it extends back to our home back at the House of Assembly chambers. There is nothing to be afraid of. I don't think that you look at any of us, those of us who you know and those of us who you don't know, as people who would be offensive or will bite you in any way, and we don't see you as such. So I congratulate you and I wish you the best for the time that you're there.
Thank you, Honorable Fraser, for your wisdom and guidance. Madam Clerk.
Item number 4, confirmation of minutes.
Honorable members, is it your pleasure that the minutes of the meeting held on Thursday, 10th March 2022, which have been circulated to members, be confirmed? There being no dissenting voice, the minutes hereby stand confirmed as circulated. Madam Clerk.
Item number 5, announcements by the Speaker.
I wish to offer apologies on behalf of Honorable Vanterpool, who was unable to make today's proceedings. He has extended his congratulatory remarks to me, and I'm grateful. It is my honor and privilege to address you today. I am humbled and honored by the confidence placed in me, with an indelible sense of gratitude to my Heavenly Father, my loving and supportive husband, colleagues, friends, family, and well-wishers, that today I take the chair as your Speaker of the House of Assembly. I thank the Honorable Premier and the members of this Honorable House for their vote of confidence. I thank Madam Clerk and the staff of the House of Assembly for their guidance and support. I acknowledge that the people of this territory expects proper decorum and good governance and deserves nothing less from this honorable House when conducting the people's business. In this regard, I commit myself to observe the tenets of fairness and respect in my role as Speaker, and to apply the ideals of transparency and accountability in my management of the affairs of this honorable House. Thank you once again. At this time, the House will go into recess. This House now resumes its sitting. Madam Clerk.
Item number 6, statements by ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Premier and Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I give my statement, just allow me to congratulate you on your election as Speaker. And certainly others will have an opportunity to congratulate you when we get to any other business. But my sentiments echo that of Honorable Leader of Opposition, who took a few liberties with his point of order, but I think it was well in order for him to do so. Madam Speaker, I pledge as the leader of government business to work with yourself and other members of the House, including the leader of the opposition, to ensure that we uphold the standards of integrity, transparency, accountability, and good governance that the people of the Virgin Islands deserve. And we welcome your pledge that you made during your announcements. Madam Speaker, I'll say more perhaps at any other business. I have one statement, Madam Speaker, on the government of national unity, primarily for the records of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity to make a brief statement to this honorable House. Honorable members, over the past few weeks, there have been a number of significant developments as it relates to the governance of the Virgin Islands, and how we are continuing to ensure the conduct of the business of the people as the democratically elected representatives under our current constitutional arrangement. These developments have been precipitated mainly by the events in the United States on the 28th of April 2022, which involved the former Premier and the publication of Sir Gary Hickenbottom's Commission of Inquiry report by His Excellency Governor John J. Rankin, CMG, almost immediately thereafter. We saw a visit to the Virgin Islands by the United Kingdom Minister for the Overseas Territories, the Right Honorable Amanda Milling, where she discussed the findings and recommendations of the report with the members of the House of Assembly who represented the various political parties and members of the government, representatives of the business community and civil society, and other persons. Of course, one of the overarching recommendations is the partial suspension of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 for a minimum of 2 years. If implemented, this would involve suspension of ministerial government, suspension of the House of Assembly, and the governor would assume full executive and legislative authority while being advised by a council that he would constitute. Proposals were put forward by the then government in collaboration with the then opposition on how the reforms recommended in the COI could be achieved without disrupting democratic governance in the Virgin Islands and with the engagement and partnership of the United Kingdom government, the governor, and all other stakeholders. These meetings and the communications thereafter have been cordial and positive. Minister Millen has indicated that no decisions have been taken by the United Kingdom government as to what approach the UK will be proceeding with. Madam Speaker, to complement our efforts and our commitment to the very urgent and necessary reforms, we have constituted a new government, the Government of National Unity, with new ministers drawn from across the party lines. Following the successful motion of no confidence in the previous sitting, in the previous government led by the former Premier, during our last sitting on the 5th of May 2022, Governor Ranking administered the oath of office, appointing me Premier and Minister of Finance. Other ministerial appointments were made as follows. Honorable Shari B. De Castro, Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs and Sports. Honorable Marlon Penn, Minister for Health and Social Development. Honorable Melvin Turnbull, Minister for Natural Resources and Labor. A Junior Minister, Honorable Alvara Maduro Keynes, Junior Minister for Tourism. And Honorable Shireen Flax-Charles, Junior Minister for Trade, Economic Development, Agriculture and Fisheries. Honorable Kai Reimer has been appointed Minister for Communications and Works and Deputy Premier. I thank 9th District Representative Honorable Vincent O. Wheatley and at-large Representative Honorable Kevin Malone for their service as ministers, and we are grateful for their support along with the representative for the 4th District, Honorable Mark Vanterpool, for this government of national unity at this critical time in the Virgin Islands. I also show gratitude to our territorial at-large member, Honorable Neville Smith, who continues as our Deputy Speaker. I also wish to thank the Honorable Julian Willock for his service as Speaker and for the contributions he has made in his tenure. Honorable Willock resigned from the post of Speaker on the 3rd May 2022, and we thank him. Discussions have been ongoing between the Government of National Unity and the Governor and the UK government, while we await the UK's response to our proposal and their final decision. Since the formation of the Government of National Unity, we have begun the implementation of reform, starting with our boards, including the Ports Authority Board, the Airports Authority, the Social Security Board, and others. I thank the chairmen and membership of these boards for their service. I must emphasize that our dismantling of these boards was not due to any knowledge of wrongdoing on their part, but in light of all that has happened, the need for a fresh start in the best interests of the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, these are unprecedented times for the Virgin Islands, with challenges like we have never faced before as a people. And these are challenges layered on top of other challenges such as the COVID-19 pandemic, the international impacts of the Russia-Ukraine war, and our recovery from the 2017 floods and hurricanes. The situation calls for all of us to put aside party interests and personal ambitions, and to even embrace disappointment at times, which I know is a lot to ask. We are all committed to the reforms, but it is more than just a box-checking exercise. While the process of addressing the COI recommendations will involve making changes to legislation in this very House, some of which will carry forward into the constitutional review, and developing and implementing policies, it will also entail audits and investigations by the relevant independent offices and bodies. It is critical that all of these things are done in an atmosphere of transparency. All our stakeholders, whether at home in the Virgin Islands or in the UK government or in the international community, must have confidence that the processes are free from any partisan interests and influences. That is why our Government of National Unity is so important. By having members of different parties in cabinet and involved in other areas of decision-making, we are ensuring that there is transparency, wider participation in the political process, and agreement across political groups as we make decisions and effect measures that affect the whole of the Virgin Islands, not just for the present, but for coming generations. Of course, whatever we do will be done in collaboration with the Governor and the UK government, and this would be further reason to allay any concerns anyone may have. Madam Speaker, we will soon be announcing a series of meetings to speak to the people of the Virgin Islands about our plans to implement reform and avoid the suspension of our Constitution, which must be the goal of every Virgin Islander. Our democracy is something our forebearers worked hard for. Re-establishment of the legislature in the Virgin Islands 72 years ago was something our forefathers had to fight for, the Federal Council having been abolished in 1902. In the 1950s and 1960s, our people were able to elect their representatives, and we got to participate in ministerial government. In the 1970s, the local government was vested with an increased number of subjects, areas to manage. Under the stewardship of my grandfather, the late Dr. Willard Wheatley, in the late 1970s, we came off grant in aid when we realized our first budgetary surplus. And in the time since, we have achieved a lot in terms of development. All of this is part of the proud and treasured legacy of our foreparents. So I fully understand the concern of our people when all these accomplishments in terms of our political, social, and economic development hang in the balance. But I want to assure the public we have been listening to their cry for good governance, which is at the heart of our proposal to the UK. We look forward to discussing our plans in the coming weeks with the people of the Virgin Islands. In the meantime, we await a response from the UK on the proposal we have put forward as a government of national unity. Madam Speaker, implementing the reforms recommended in the COI report is among the highest priority for all ministries and the entire government. We have to do this while ensuring that the machinery of government continues to run so that the needs of the public can be attended to. This includes ensuring that while we implement the reforms, we ensure the smooth functioning of all areas of our society, from our economy to the social system and all our industries. This involves reviewing all the programs, projects, and initiatives in the ministries and reprioritizing them accordingly. We also have to bear in mind that this will affect how human and other resources are deployed. Therefore, it is only practical that we look at the body of work as a whole, adjust the priorities, and focus on the things that are necessary and realistically achievable within time and budget. I have said it on prior occasions, and it is worth repeating, Madam Speaker. The road ahead requires us to embrace change and to be willing to evolve and to improve. Change is not always easy, but we have to power through. Some of the things we have to change are things that we have outgrown, or which have become obsolete with the passage of time. Some of those things have been holding back our progress. And therefore, as we embrace change and as we transform ourselves and our processes and systems, we are equipping the Virgin Islands for a better and brighter tomorrow. In the same way that changes in the past have catapulted our political and economic development, I'm confident that as we implement the reforms and we transform the Virgin Islands, we are setting the stage for a new wave of political and economic development for our people. This kind of change is change that we need, and it is change that will benefit us, Madam Speaker, because the past few years have intensified our awareness of the urgency to diversify our economy and to strengthen our resilience to shocks from the global economy, climate change, and so forth. When implemented, the reforms will further strengthen accountability, transparency, and good governance, and respect for the rule of law. They will ensure that the best practices and highest standards are applied to public affairs. They'll ensure our people get value for money and that more can be achieved with the money that is available, whether in better health care, education, road infrastructure, water, or other government services. The reforms will allow us to create more opportunities for more people and to lift the quality of life of Virgin Islanders and residents. I'm therefore very optimistic, Madam Speaker, that the reforms will bring a lot of positive benefit to the people of the Virgin Islands. And this is one of the reasons why I'm looking forward to working with all our partners at home and abroad to get these reforms done and for them to be done right, inclusive of ensuring that we have the confidence from the local public and the international community. Madam Speaker, as further developments emerge and as we move forward with the plans we have framed for managing the affairs of the Virgin Islands, your Government of National Unity will be providing updates to the people and engaging in the necessary conversations that must be had. Myself as Premier and the other ministers will also provide updates on our respective areas of responsibility as we progress. I wish to thank all the members of this honorable House who have chosen to work together in the best interests of the people of the Virgin Islands. I wish to thank our belongers and residents for their patience, understanding, and cooperation as we navigate these unprecedented challenges. And I look forward to all of us working together with a common vision to implement the reforms and to transform these Virgin Islands so that we can unlock even more of our potential. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Premier and Minister of Finance. I now call upon the Honorable Deputy Premier and Minister for Communications and Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, and I too, before I get into my statement, want to congratulate you on your achievement of being the Speaker of this Honorable House, and I too wish you well, and you will most definitely be getting our full support as you carry out your duties. Madam Speaker, today I would like to give an update, progress report on the Ralph T. O'Neill Administration Complex. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to provide an update to this Honorable House on the progress of the Ralph T. O'Neill Administration Complex project. Madam Speaker, all of us understand the importance of the administration complex. It serves as the central office for the ministries and departments and provides direct access to government leaders. The administration complex sustained severe damages with the passing of Hurricanes Irma and Maria. The project team within the Ministry of Communications and Works has taken a holistic approach to not only repair the R.T. O'Neill Administration Complex and incorporate additional upgrades and enhancements to better serve government leaders, public officers, and the public. In that light, the ministry's project team, the Facilities Management Unit, and the design consultants, OBM, have all looked at ways to upgrade and enhance the building to meet the demands of the 21st century office complex. We have looked at all the areas that have failed to incorporate resiliency and improved the overall indoor environment at the administration complex. Madam Speaker, one of the areas where we have incorporated resiliency is through the installation of the new impact windows and doors. The previous windows and doors enabled poor air quality within the administration complex due to the poor designs where water infiltrated the complex in several areas. These impact-resistant windows and doors will better withstand Category 5 hurricanes. The installation works are approximately 85% complete, and we anticipate this phase to end within the next month. Madam Speaker, I will remind this Honorable House about the completed works to date. We have completed the installation of a waterproof roof membrane to remedy the leak-prone areas on the roof. The roof membrane is warranted for a period of 25 years to ensure that the persistent issue of water leakage is restored and resolved. I've also spoken about the skylights that have leaked over the years. These skylights were replaced and are also under a warranty period. My project team has indicated that these skylights are sturdier than the previous skylights, and the installation process rendered several layers of protection against water infiltration. Madam Speaker, we have contracted and mobilized a contractor to repair the exterior stucco finish to the administration complex, and works are expected to commence during the third quarter of this year, 2022. The exterior of the building sustained substantial damage during the hurricanes. Additionally, due to the type of the current exterior finish, despite the best efforts of the Facilities Management Unit, it was difficult for the administration complex to remain clean due to the proximity to the ocean. The stucco finish from STO Corporation, a company based in the United States, comes with a warranty for the products being installed. The stucco finish is called Lutosan, and the finish will be a washable finish that effectively resists dirt and grime accumulation, thereby having self-cleaning technologies activated when it rains. This finish will reduce our maintenance costs while ensuring a clean finish to the administration complex. Madam Speaker, you may have noticed that all the installed products come with a warranty from the various suppliers and manufacturers, and we want to ensure that the products installed will last for an extended period of time. We believe that the works undertaken should be done at a high standard and last for a long time, in keeping with the monies being expended. Madam Speaker, the construction of the basement parking on the west atrium of the Ralph T. O'Neill Administration Complex has commenced. The retaining walls and catchment drains are already constructed, and the contractor is currently working on constructing the access road to enter the basement. Members may be aware that there is a basement parking on the east atrium. Therefore, as an easement and as an enhancement to the overall function of the complex, parking is being provided to facilitate senior public officers and ministers whose offices are located on the west atrium. Works are also ongoing to assess the drainage and provide upgrades to mitigate against potential flooding vulnerabilities to the basement of the administration complex. All the drains on the compound are being repaired and or upgraded to provide additional resiliency. Madam Speaker, over time, and due to the persistent water infiltration, the metal decking and beams of the interior office spaces have accumulated a substantial amount of rust. To remedy this, we have undertaken cleaning, treating, and painting all the metal beams and decking. And these works have commenced and are approximately 35% completed. Madam Speaker, as I noted above, we are not only intent on repairing what was damaged, but to ensure that the building, once occupied, again has additional enhancement that will take us forward for the next 30+ years. Madam Speaker, one of the areas that complaints were lodged even prior to the damages sustained in 2017 was the lack of access for disabled and elderly persons on the west atrium in reaching the upper floors. To that effect, a design was developed several years ago that we have dusted off and enhanced to construct a new elevator housing and lobby area for an elevator system. To that effect, Cabinet approved the award of a contract to Building Construction Management Group for $1,076,796.99 for the construction of the elevator substructure, superstructure works, glazing, cladding finishes, MEP works, and the procurement and installation of a new elevator on the west atrium of the administration complex. The designs for the new elevator were prepared by OBM International, which ironically was a company that prepared the original elevator design many years ago. Therefore, making the engagement to update the design was a seamless process. Madam Speaker, the tender documents were issued and two bidders submitted bids on the 14th of December 2021 to the Central Tenders Board at the Ministry of Finance. The two bidders were Building Construction Management Group with a bid of $1,076,796.99 and Accurate Construction with a bid price of $1,575,920.34. An independent estimate was quantified as to a means of evaluation at $1,115,257. The Central Tenders Board evaluated the bids, and Cabinet approved the decision as recommended by the board. Madam Speaker, I want to take a few minutes to detail the project scope. The new elevator, corridor, and lobby area will be appended to the administration complex. The works will require cutting the walls to create openings on all the floors to access the new elevator from inside of the administration complex. The new elevator construction will have a building footprint of approximately 17 feet in length, 10 feet in width, and extend 45 feet in height from the existing ground level. The project will require 6 reinforced concrete piles and associated pile caps. It will require excavation, foundation works, and construction of the concrete reinforced elevator pit and base slab, including footing and foundation walls. Madam Speaker, once the foundation and piling are completed, construction of the superstructure comprising metal beams and columns will commence. The flooring of the lobby area will comprise of concrete placed on Volcraft metal composite decking. The elevator will be cladded with approximately 1,500 square feet of cement board cladding on 8-inch metal stud and finished with the same STO Lotusan finish. There will also be 253 square feet of impact glass to create a view out of the elevator on the southern side of the enclosure. Other works will entail interior drywall, floor, and ceiling tiles, painting, electrical, plumbing, and provision for the mechanical works, communication system, and fire safety systems. Madam Speaker, you may have realized from what has been detailed that a substantial amount of work is required to facilitate the overall elevator project. The elevator to be installed is an Otis Gen 2 elevator system and is one of the most reliable elevators currently on the market based on its gearless technology. I went into great details for members to know that this elevator project is a comprehensive and complex project reviewed by external consultants and the technical personnel within the Ministry of Communications and Works. And we anticipate that this project will provide an overall benefit and enhancement to the administration complex as we seek to modernize and upgrade the services offered to the public. This will be done by ensuring that all persons within our community are not disadvantaged in accessing the ministries and departments at the Ralph T. O'Neill Administration Complex. Madam Speaker, we are progressing steadily with the works at the Administration Complex, and shortly, additional tender documents will be issued for a variety of works through which contractors can bid. Based on the perception of the Administration Complex, we must ensure that the works undertaken are done to a high standard and that the issues that plague the Administration Complex are successfully mitigated and resolved during the rehabilitation and renovation works. Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to speak on this critical project and will continue to provide periodic updates on the progress of works. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Premier and Minister for Communications and Work. I now call upon the Minister for Health and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to give my statements to this Honorable House. Madam Speaker, I have two brief statements. One on the update on the solid waste disposal site at Parkwood Pond, and the second on the outbreak of monkeypox cases in non-endemic countries. But before I begin, Madam Speaker, like my other colleagues before me, I would also like to express congratulations to you on your ascension to Speaker of this Honorable House, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, your presence here today in this Honorable House is a breath of fresh air in this House, Madam Speaker. And it is a testament to your generation's ability and capacity to lead, not later, but now. And I have no doubt, Madam Speaker, that you would lead with integrity, with honesty, and with humility as you sit in the chair of Speaker. I also want to associate myself with the comments made by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. I think he gave you wise counsel this morning, and you ought to listen and follow the directions given and the comments given by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. I too associate myself with those comments. Additionally, before I start my statement, Madam Speaker, I also want to say that you know that your community, from which I have the pleasure and privilege to represent, the Eastern community, is extremely proud of you and this accomplishment and proud of your progression through your profession and where you are today. We're exceptionally proud. Your cousins and the entire family is proud of you. And we look forward to great and better things from you in the future. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister for Health and Social Development.
Begin my first statement, which is an update on solid waste disposal site at Parkwood Pond, Tortola. Madam Speaker, large fires occurred at the dump site in Parkwood Pond on the evening of May 16th and on the morning of May 22nd, 2022, respectively. Fortunately, no one was injured, nor were there any damages to public or private equipment on site. I am sadly aware, however, that smoke from the fires may have been a source of discomfort to residents on the western side of Tortola. While the exact cause of the dump site fire that occurred on the 16th of May has not been established, the Department of Waste Management has uncovered evidence of persons illegally accessing the dump site after hours and using blowtorches or similar devices to retrieve copper and other metals from discarded items. Given the high concentrations of methane gas on site, any form of intense heat applied in close proximity increases the likelihood of fires erupting. Madam Speaker, I strongly appeal to anyone engaging in this type of activity to cease and desist immediately. Your actions are not only detrimental to the safe operations at the dump site, but also have a damaging impact on the wider community. Addressing this issue also requires a more proactive approach. I will therefore be seeking additional resources to put towards enhanced security measures, such as reinstalling security cameras throughout the property and providing security guard coverage after operation hours. I would also like to remind everyone listening that solid waste disposal facility at Parkwood Pond is open to the public daily from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Only operators contracted to the government to collect residential waste will be allowed to enter the facility after 4 p.m. Turning to the fire that occurred on the 22nd of May, 2020. Madam Speaker, the Department of Waste Management has determined that it resulted from spontaneous combustion when garbage delivered to the site that had not yet been processed became ignited by hot spots smoldering underground. Madam Speaker, in order to reduce the incidence of spontaneous combustions at the dump site, I am seeking additional resources to meet the need for adequate daily supervision of the operations on site. We are also seeking to divert a largest volume of combustible materials from the waste stream by expanding our recycling programs in collaboration with Green VI and other partners. Madam Speaker, the incinerator remains offline due to mechanical failure and extensive damages caused by a fire that took place on the 14th of February of this year. That fire destroyed the incinerator's main control panel, along with the electrical system, and contributed to material fatigue in certain sections of the building. The Ministry of Health and Social Development is in the process of procuring the necessary replacement parts from the equipment manufacturer, Consutech Systems, LLC. The company had already been contracted to supply the replacement quench tank and ash conveyor, along with a heat exchanger and 3 transfer rams, all of which will be required to bring the incinerator back into operation. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we are taking the necessary steps to purchase a factory replacement control panel, which is another critical piece of equipment. Madam Speaker, my team and I spoke with the president of Consutech Systems on the 23rd of May and emphasized, 23rd of May 2020, and emphasized the importance of expediting the delivery of these critical items. 2022, I apologize. It is important to bear in mind, however, that the process of fabricating, shipping, and installing the new parts will take several months, particularly in light of the disruptions in the supply chain affecting key components. Madam Speaker, it is more important than ever before for everyone in the community to do our part by reducing the amount of waste being generated on a daily basis. This can be achieved through simple changes to our lifestyles, such as using reusable bottles or cups, or making use of reusable bags or boxes when grocery shopping. Residents on Tortola especially are encouraged to separate glass, aluminum cans, and plastic from their household waste and utilize the recycle bins that are located throughout the island. Among other health and environmental benefits, reducing waste will help minimize pressure being placed on the dump site and ultimately help reduce our occurrences of fires. Madam Speaker, I close by extending a special word of thanks to the hardworking men and women of the Department of Waste Management and the wider network of persons toiling and under the difficult conditions to keep our territory clean and healthy. Let us all do our part to support these efforts. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now make my second statement. Madam Speaker, this statement is on the outbreak of monkeypox cases in non-endemic countries. Madam Speaker, officials in the Ministry of Health have been monitoring developments related to the unusual detection of monkeypox cases in countries where the virus does not normally spread, particularly given our dependence on international travel and tourism. As of May 21st, 2022, the World Health Organization, WHO, has reported 92 laboratory-confirmed cases and 28 suspected cases of monkeypox in 12 of its member states where the virus is not endemic. Monkeypox is not a new virus, with the first case having been identified in 1970. It has been found regularly in several Central and West African countries. This particular outbreak has gained international attention because cases have been confirmed in several different countries at the same time, and in persons with no reported travel history to countries where the virus is usually found. Additionally, while investigations are ongoing, initial information shows a high proportion of cases have been identified within sexual networks. Monkeypox, however, is not a sexually transmitted disease. It is transmitted by close contact with infected persons or articles that have been in close contact with infected persons. The first case in this outbreak was announced on May 7th, 2022, by the United Kingdom Health Security Agency. The initial patient is thought to have contracted the infection during a recent travel to Nigeria from May 6th and 20th. There were 20 persons confirmed to have monkeypox in England. Since then, monkeypox cases have been reported outside of England in at least 11 other countries: Australia, Belgium, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Portugal, Spain, Sweden, and the United States of America. A technical advisory group at the WHO held an emergency meeting on Friday, May 20th, 2022, to discuss the current monkeypox outbreak situation. It was reported that the World Health Organization recognizes that further spread is likely and countries should take precautions. Madam Speaker, there is risk of spread to the Caribbean region due to travel. Therefore, awareness is being raised among healthcare workers and port health authorities across the region to ensure that adequate prevention and control measures are in place. There needs to be a heightened communicable disease surveillance and monitoring of any reported cases of rash-like illnesses accompanied by fever. People with monkeypox initially develop symptoms such as exhaustion, fever, headaches, backache, muscle ache, chills, and swollen lymph glands. Rashes also develop within 1 to 3 days of fever onset. Firstly on the face, and then on the hands, feet, and other parts of the body. Symptoms can last 2 to 4 weeks, and severity depends on age. More severe disease occurs in young children. Monkeypox is similar to smallpox, and smallpox vaccine offers some protection. However, smallpox vaccine is not widely available and is no longer on the immunization schedule. Any guidance will be provided by PAHO or WHO on the matter as necessary. Testing for monkeypox is currently not available in the Caribbean, and the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPA, is reportedly in discussions with PAHO and the U.S. Centers for Disease Control, CDC, to assess its capacity to develop this testing capability. In due course, it is expected that CARPA will inform member states when the capability is available and how samples will be handled. In terms of local response, the Ministry of Health will coordinate the dissemination of information to agencies involved in port health and animal quarantine, as well as healthcare providers and regional counterparts. Many of the specific recommended actions from CARPA are in place in the BVI and strengthened in our response to COVID-19. Madam Speaker, although the likelihood of monkeypox spread in our community is currently low, the Chief Medical Officer and the officials and other officials will continue to monitor the situation and ensure that the territory is prepared to detect and respond to any cases as needed, and will keep the community informed of any change in the situation. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and that brings to end my final statement.
Thank you, Minister for Health and Social Development. Madam Clerk.
Item number 7, presentation of papers.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to lay his documents on the table.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I lay on the table the following documents. Statutory Instrument 2022 number 46, a proclamation by the Governor under Section 83, subsection 1 of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, UKSI 2007 number 1678, appointing the time and place at which the third sitting of the fourth session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands shall be held. I also lay on the table Office of the House of Assembly Annual Report 2020. Also, the Virgin Islands International Tax Authority Annual Report 2020. Also, the Office of the Deputy Governor's Annual Report 2021. Also, the Department of Disaster Management's Virgin Islands National Emergency Relief Policy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, and Minister of Finance. I now call upon the Minister for Health and Social Development to lay his document on the table.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to lay the following documents on the table. Madam Speaker, I lay Statutory Instrument 2022 number 29, COVID-19 Control and Suppression, Entry of Persons number 3, Amendment number 2, Regulations 2020. Statutory Instrument 2020 number 30, Public Health, COVID Control and Suppression Measures number 4, Amendment number 4, Order 2020. 2022. 2020 had been a good year for me, Madam Speaker. I'm saying it a lot. Statutory Instrument 2022, number 36, Public Health, COVID-19 Control and Suppression Measures, number 4, Amendment number 5, Order 2022. Government of the Virgin Islands, Domestic Violence, Strategic and Action Plan. Those are the extent of my papers this morning, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Development. Madam Clerk.
Item number 8, reports from Select Committee.
I call upon the Minister of Finance to comment on the table.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I lay on the table the following document: House of Assembly Special Select Committee Report.
Thank you, Premier. Madam Clerk.
Item number 9, notices of motions given orally.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 11, subsection 1, Roman numeral I, Roman numeral 4, and Roman numeral 5 on the order of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. I now call upon the Minister for Health and Social Development to give notice.
Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 11.1, Roman numeral 2 and 3 on the order of the day.
Thank you for Health and Social Development. I now call upon the Leader of the Opposition and member for the 3rd District to give notice.
Madam Speaker, I give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to ask the question standing in my name under items 10.1 through 3 on the order of the day.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Madam Clerk.
Item number 10, questions and answers to questions.
I now call upon the Leader of the Opposition and member for the 3rd District to ask questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I feel a change already. Questions and answers, questions are being asked in its proper place. I don't know if it's because we have a new speaker or it's because we have a new government. But whatever it is, I take it. Question number 1, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the Premier. Madam Speaker, at the 10th sitting of the 3rd session of the 4th House of Assembly, I asked the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance to please tell this Honorable House whether there were bills passed in this House of Assembly or the Legislative Council that are awaiting assent from the Governor. And he went on to list 3 bills that fit that category. However, there were only bills passed during his administration. Madam Speaker, if my memory serves me right, there might be others. Could the Premier and Minister of Finance please advise this Honorable House whether his list was exhaustive, and if it wasn't, provide us with the other bills.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Leader of the Opposition for his question. Madam Speaker, in the previous answer that the former Premier gave, it was stated that during our tenure, there were 3 bills that were passed in the House of Assembly that had not yet been assented to by the Governor. After further research, Madam Speaker, I have discovered that there were actually 2 other bills prior to our term in office. One of the acts, Madam Speaker, the Infectious Diseases Notification Act 2011, was not assented to after it was passed in the House of Assembly. However, in 2013, a new bill entitled Infectious Diseases Notification Act 2013 was passed on 8th April 2013 and assented to by His Excellency the Governor on the 24th of April 2013. The other bill, Mr. Speaker, is the Correctional Facilities Act 2018, which was passed in the House of Assembly on the 9th of October 2018. If we exclude the Infectious Diseases Notification Act of 2011, Madam Speaker, there is a total of 5 acts that have not yet been assented to by the governor. They are Correctional Facilities Act 2018, Virgin Islands Cannabis Licensing Act 2020, the Drugs and Prevention of Misuse Amendment Act 2020, the Disaster Management Act 2021, and the Virgin Islands Air and Seaports Act 2021.
Madam Speaker, for posterity, Madam Speaker, I will indulge the mayor to look for a bill entitled naming of places, I think it was, that we passed in this honorable house. The bill was passed to prohibit individuals from coming to the territory and naming places at their pleasure. The first place that comes to mind is Hodges Creek, which was called Maya Cove, and there are others. That bill was passed to prohibit people from doing those things, and I don't think it was assented to, so I would like for, between the Attorney General and the Premier to look into that particular piece of legislation, Madam Speaker.
I recognize my apologies. Go ahead, Mr.
Question number 2, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over the course of the past 4 years, I have been vociferously complaining and reporting about water issues in the 3rd District to the Premier, the Minister, and everyone who would listen. At the first sitting of the 4th and last session of the 3rd House of Assembly on September 13th, the Premier announced an August Cabinet approval of $3.5 million funding to address water issues. Madam Speaker, this Premier was asked about this $3.5 million as well, but to no avail. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House, A, exactly which subhead was that money placed in, and who has access to it, and B, how much of it has been spent to date, where and how? Madam Speaker, may I add that when I said this, Premier, these questions were posed since March 10th, and they have not been addressed until now. So this Premier knows that.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question, but before answering question 2, Madam Speaker, allow me just to address what the Honorable Leader of the Opposition brought up just prior to his question, which is the Names of Places Act, which I have been reliably informed by our Honorable Attorney General that that act was assented to, but it was not brought into force.
Same difference.
So we'll investigate why it was not brought into force, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, just so that I don't leave it on the Premier's hand only, and I take part into it by asking the Premier to make sure that an adequate answer is brought to this House regarding the fact that it hasn't been brought into force, and that the Premier give it his full attention in seeing to it go into force, because it affects me, it affects him, it will affect the entire territory. It was a valid bill.
Madam Speaker, I do pledge to the Leader of the Opposition that I will investigate, because of course the area that he mentioned actually resides in the constituency that I represent. And we don't need any more flagrant disregard for the names of the places in the Virgin Islands, in the 7th District or any other place for that matter. In answer to the member's second question, Madam Speaker, Cabinet, VM Memorandum 280 of 2018, on the 29th of August 2018, approved a total budget of $3,500,000 to fund the Water Network Improvement Plan. The Ministry of Finance was tasked with identifying the funding source and allocating the said funds to the particular account. Madam Speaker, you can appreciate that this cabinet decision was made during the last administration. Based on the information that I have obtained from the accountable ministries, the Ministry of Communications and Works and the Ministry of Finance, the head that the money was placed in is head 327-1100, Water Network Improvement, and the subhead is 58-110, Capital Spending. The Ministry of Communications and Works has access to the reference accounts. To date, the sum of $1,477,462.99 has been spent. The details of the spending are outlined in the table attached as Appendix B, and that will be provided to the member. A further table is attached as Appendix A. A further table is attached at Appendix B to show the amounts provided and expended during the reference period. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, according to the Premier, a tad over $1.4 million have been spent, which means that there's $2 million somewhere. And if you said that that money is accessible to, or the subhead is accessible to the Ministry of Communication and Works, then it means that the Ministry of Communication and Works has $2 million to spend on water. And I would see no reason, there should be no excuse for the difficulties that we are going through if that $2 million is really and truly in the hands of Ministry of Communication and Works. Could the Minister of Finance please, corroborate that this money is in the Ministry of Communication and Works and it's $2 million?
Madam Speaker, I certainly will investigate with the Minister of Communications and Works what you have mentioned as it pertains to accessing additional monies for improvement of the water network. But I believe he would be the most appropriate person to be able to provide that information. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Question number 3. Madam Speaker, at the 10th sitting of the 3rd session of the 4th House of Assembly, in a question to the Premier and Minister of Finance regarding the duty-free facility at the Cyril B. Romney Tortola Pier Park, mention was made of a duty-free warehouse stores at the Pier Park. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House, A, how the goods get to the warehouse from their ports of entry? B, whether there is someone designated by customs to inspect goods sold locally to ensure that the conceded duty on those products is recouped.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, when goods arrive at the ports of entry, an entry must be submitted, which is the HMC 12 form, to the Customs Automated Processing System, or CAPS. Once that entry meets all requisite requirements. It is then released from the caps to both the licensed, bonded, duty-free operator and their agents. Prior to leaving the designated port of entry, the goods are inspected by customs, sealed, and taken to the duty-free warehouses and placed under customs control until a second inspection is executed by customs. In answer to 3B, Madam Speaker, the government of the Virgin Islands, in collaboration with the BVI Ports Authority and the Cyril B. Romney Pear Pack, provided accommodation for customs to operate the fuel and concession unit. This unit is tasked with the responsibility to inspect all duty-free warehouses, which include stores, to ensure full compliance of all duty-free operators operating under the Tourist Duty-Free Shopping System Act 2015. Madam Speaker, this unit is also responsible for ensuring compliance of all concessions authorized and approved by the government of the Virgin Islands, including monitoring duty-free fuel, hotel aid, pioneer status, cruise ship clearance, first-time home builders, taxi levy exemptions, non-profit organization exemptions, and all government exemptions. Hopefully that provides some clarity, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a follow-up on this. I have no doubt, Madam Speaker, that theoretically the process is well thought out. I just want to ask the Premier if, in practice, does it work exactly as he says it? Especially the part about the warehouse, the duty-free warehouse.
Madam Speaker, in answer to the member's follow-up, I have every reason to believe that it happens in the way in which I have stated, but certainly being new to the role and to the subject, I'm sure that I will be able to get confirmation of that. But if the member knows differently, he certainly can bring that information to me, and I certainly will investigate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I don't know anything. I know nothing. Question number 4. Madam Speaker, at the same sitting mentioned in question 3, which is the 10th sitting of the 3rd session of the 4th House of Assembly, regarding duty-free at the Pear Park, the Premier stated, all duty-free operators are required to submit a spreadsheet provided by customs to record information on all local and foreign sales. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please provide this Honorable House with a representative sample of one of these spreadsheets? Representative sample in this case, Madam Speaker, I don't want to see anybody's name, I don't want to see the company or anything like that, I just want to know what the spreadsheet looks like.
Madam Speaker, I have attached a representative sample of the spreadsheet used by the Fuel and Concession Unit to record information on local and foreign sales as Appendix C, which will be made available to the Leader of the Opposition and other members at the conclusion of my answers.
Madam Speaker, is that spreadsheet you said fuel, is that the same as the one that's used at the Pear Park, the duty-free concession?
To my knowledge, yes, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 5. Madam Speaker, the Premier and Minister of Finance also provided this Honorable House with a table indicating the duties collected from duty-free operators at the Pear Park from 2016 to 2020 as follows. 1. 2016, $49,855.36. 2. 2017, $76,280.94. 3. 2018, $89,221.44. 4. 2019, $113,195.85. 5. 2020, $16,791.60, which totals almost $346,000. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please provide this Honorable House with a similar table indicating the amount of duties conceded on duty-free grounds for the same periods. B, the FOB value of all goods traded at the Pear Park for that period. C, the ratio of goods and services rendered locally versus those exported duty-free for this period. And D, the gross sales for the period.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his questions. I'm attaching at Appendix D a table that shows the amount of duties conceded on duty-free grounds for the same period. In answer to B, Madam Speaker, the Customs Department does not capture the FOB value of all the goods traded at the Pear Park. Customs only captures the FOB of goods traded by the licensed duty-free operators. It is important to note, Madam Speaker, that there are several categories of businesses at the Pear Park, such as restaurants, bars, bakeries, ice cream shops, just to name a few, that are not licensed as duty-free operators. Madam Speaker, the valued amount of FOB traded by duty-free operators at the Pear Park for the period 2016 to 2020 is $38,016,279.50. In answer to C, Madam Speaker, based on statistical information gathered, the ratio of goods and services rendered locally for the period in question is 1 to 11 or 9%. In answer to D, Madam Speaker, the Customs Department does not capture or record statistics on gross sales for any industry. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, you could appreciate that in the absence of those answers that were given, which should be quite detailed, it is almost impossible to have a follow-up. But I promise the Premier that I'll be back when I get those answers. Question 6, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Premier and Minister of Finance, who has responsibility for the BVI Ports Authority, thus the Cyril B. Romney, Tortola Pear Park, and its policies, is most certainly in a position to address economic concerns at the Pear Park, especially those involving the tenants. Madam Speaker, with the adverse effects brought on by COVID-19, especially to our tourism product, we are all aware that merchants, particularly those at the Pear Park, were stripped almost bare of revenue for practically all of 2020 and 2021, and are reaching out. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell his Honorable House, A, whether he intends to meet with the representatives of the 31 concerned tenants of the Pear Park, as they have requested in their letter to him in March 2021.
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the question. The honorable member would appreciate that it has only been a few weeks since I assumed this position, and that I am still being oriented. I've inquired about the reference letter, but to date have not been able to obtain a copy. However, Madam Speaker, I've spoken to the Minister for Communications and Works, under whose portfolio the PAIR Pack now falls, and we are both willing to meet with tenants if they still wish to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question number 7, Madam Speaker. For the record, Madam Speaker, I just want to let the Premier know that that letter does exist, and he ought to get a copy of it. He ought to get the letter. Question number 7, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, given the circumstances outlined in question 6, could the Premier and Minister of Finance, whom it has been established to have responsibility for the CLB Romney Tortola PAIR Park and its policies, please tell this Honorable House, A, whether he thinks it is fair to merchants at the PAIR Park to be issued with eviction notices. B, if he is aware of those notices issued and how many were issued. And C, given that the meeting requested a year ago with him was to reinforce the request of the abatement of rent during COVID-19 pandemic to date, as was explained in the letter, doesn't he think if the meeting had taken place, the eviction notices would have been averted?
Madam Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. Madam Speaker, rent concessions offered to a total of 70 tenants at the Cyril B. Romney Tortola PAIR Park between April 2020 and February 2021, inclusive, totaled $1,676,057. Let me say that again, Madam Speaker. The rent concessions for that period totaled $1,676,057. Let me say that one more time. $1,676,057.98. I say one more time. Madam Speaker, rent concessions offered to a total of 70 tenants at the Cyril B. Romney Tortola PAIR Park between April 2020 and February 2021 inclusive totaled $1,676,057.98. I think I got it there. Please also note that additional concessions had been granted by the board between October 2019 and March 2020 to tenants who requested concessions totaling $132,914.03. Madam Speaker, during the period associated with rent concessions due to the impacts of COVID, there were no evictions. This is what I was told. Notices were sent to remind tenants of their obligations under their leases to pay the significantly reduced rent. Please also note that Tortola PAIR Park Limited has obligations to shareholders, other stakeholders, and also to the upkeep of the facility. In answer to B, Madam Speaker, no eviction notices were issued. And in answer to C, Madam Speaker, as stated in my answer to A, I have been advised that there have been no evictions. I'm sure the honorable member will educate me differently if that's the case. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I would yield to the Honorable Premier when he said there were no evictions. But as far as the eviction notices being issued, I think the Premier needs to get a hold of the records and see for himself when he talk about eviction notices being not being issued. Madam Speaker, the Premier talked about concessions of $1.6+ million to tenants during a period. Can the Premier tell us what percentage of the rent was that concession for that period? The 10%, 100%, 50% of the rent? Because people were still hurting and were still unable to pay their rent. Evidently, that didn't do it.
Madam Speaker, I'm not in position to give that information right now, but I promise to investigate and get back to the member and to the members of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 8. Madam Speaker, at the first sitting of the fourth session of the Fourth House of Assembly, I expressed my advocacy for a government initiative to bring relief to the borrowers of the National Bank of the Virgin Islands impacted by COVID-19. In that regard, specifically, Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House whether he is considering any form of forgiveness program for the interest accrued on loans at the National Bank of the Virgin Islands during the crucial months of COVID-19 period?
Madam Speaker, a very important question. Like most countries around the world, the British Virgin Islands continues to feel the brunt of the worst pandemic to hit global borders in the past 100 years. Madam Speaker, the National Bank of the Virgin Islands operates under the same conditions and regulations as all other commercial banks within the territory. I'm proud of National Bank's initiatives and responses to the needs of its clients who were impacted by COVID-19. Moratoriums on loan payments were freely offered from March 2020 through March 2021 and continue to be granted on a limited case-by-case basis. Madam Speaker, it is my understanding that there is no backlog of loan moratorium requests that are pending due to the natural decline in customer requests over time. As an additional privilege, the bank waived all late fees on loan payments due for the periods April 2020 through September 2021. These efforts combined provided great relief to the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, despite the onslaught of COVID-19 and significant reduction in interest income due to extended loan moratorium periods, the bank maintained its full workforce complement and its operational overheads in 2020, which resulted in a net loss for that fiscal year. Although circumstances within the territory and worldwide did not return to full normalcy in 2021, the majority of clients willingly returned to pre-COVID debt service conditions, which resulted in the bank's ability to rebound from its previous financial year end. Madam Speaker, this government is not actively considering any form of forgiveness program for interest accrued on loans, as this would be detrimental to the bank's financial position. However, clients are given the opportunity to repay accrued interest without increasing their monthly payment obligations. Additionally, the National Bank of the Virgin Islands continues to work with its clients on a case-by-case basis to provide loan restructuring options where feasible to allow for easier debt service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, given the care given to crafting that answer, I am convinced that the Premier didn't hear the question, or if he heard it, he's not paying attention to what I'm asking. The Premier spoke about any debt forgiveness on loan on interest accrued would be detrimental to the bank. I'm not talking about the bank, Madam Speaker. I'm talking about the government. This is a government-owned bank. This government came to this honorable House, Madam Speaker, and they asked for stamp duty to be relaxed on the sale of property. And they came back to the House and boast that it was a $5-point-something million benefit to the community, whoever went out and bought these lands, or sold the land. And everybody know who these people are. They bought and sold the land. They could hold it, they could do all kinds of things. All I'm asking is that the government, in the same spirit, Madam Speaker, look into the bank and its customers. Those are all customers. This bank was dubbed the Development Bank of the Virgin Islands. And all people are the ones who went there and did business with the banks. Because our government has not stepped in to bring relief to those people, that some of those same people are walking away from that bank and going to the commercial banks. Madam Speaker, I'm asking the Premier to look into this matter and come back to this honorable House with an answer that is in the interest of the people of the territories, Madam Speaker, and that will show that the government is looking at the bank and its customers the same way it did with farmers, the same way it did with fishermen elsewhere, and it did with the landowners, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, let me just say that, like the member, I sympathize with those persons who are experiencing the difficulties that they're experiencing. And we outlined some ways in which the bank has tried to facilitate the customers. Of course, it's a balancing act. I recognize what the leader of the opposition has said. Governments must devise strategies to be able to bring relief to their people, but it must be balanced against the need to be able to maintain our obligations, our fiscal obligations. And we want to ensure that moving forward, that we're very responsible stewards of the people's money, while at the same time seeking to find a balance in helping to bring relief to individuals in our community through well thought out and well crafted initiatives. And I promise the member that that's the approach that I will take moving forward. And I'll even go further to state and to assure the member that I'll have discussions with the bank, because of course the bank has a board. They have their shareholders, of course, government being the main shareholder, but they have shareholders, and they also have the CEO. And certainly we don't want to interfere with the operations and functions of the bank. But I'm sure the bank, just based on the initiatives that we've described before, they're cognizant of what the society is going through, and they've made the overtures necessary and taken concrete action necessary to bring relief in many instances. And I promise to have a conversation with the bank to see if there's anything more that can be done while responsibly being able to meet the bank's obligations, and that extends as well to the government of the Virgin Islands. And thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, to that, I didn't say it. The Premier said it. They have their shareholders. And every corporation has to answer to their shareholders. It so happened that we are the shareholders. Everyone else is just fringes. We are the shareholders, so we're the ones who will be taking the hit. So I think the Premier got the message. Question number 9, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House, A, what is the cost of the COI's original 6-month appointment broken down in terms of 1, BVI taxpayers' expenditure, and 2, UK taxpayers' expenditure? And B, what is the cost of the COI's extension beyond the original 6 months appointment broken down in terms of 3, BVI taxpayers expenditure, and 4, UK taxpayers expenditure.
Madam Speaker, the Commission of Inquiry was launched on the 19th of January 2021 for an initial period of 6 months. So it should have concluded on the 18th of July 2021. The BVI taxpayers' direct expenditure for the COI during this period was approximately $2,689,742.82. That cost represents $2,437,751.50 for legal fees and $251,991.25. In addition, Madam Speaker, I must point out that my government has not undergone a full assessment of the true cost of the COI to the taxpayers, the indirect cost of staff salaries, use of paper, ink, etc. For example, have not been quantified to enable us to fully appreciate the true impact on the public purse and also person's time. Thank you, Madam. My apologies. I have other answers here. Madam Speaker, the UK taxpayers' expenditure is a matter for the UK government, and therefore this information is not available to us. In answer to B3, Madam Speaker, the COI hearings were concluded in November 2021. The report was due in January 2022, but a 3-month extension was given to April 2022. Madam Speaker, the additional cost for this period was $5,367,740.98. This is broken down as follows: legal fees, $4,689,531.52. Security, $2,128.92, and public relations, $676,080.54. Madam Speaker, in answer to B, Roman numeral 4, as in the previous answer, the UK taxpayers' expenditures are a matter for the UK government, and therefore the cost is not available to us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, from what I can remember, the BVI taxpayers cost in item 1, it says was $2.6 million. And then in item 3, BVI taxpayers was $5.3 plus million. Is that cumulative, or it's two separate costs, two separate amounts, the 2.6 in 1 and the 5.3 in 3? That brings it up to about $8 million. Am I correct?
Yes, Madam Speaker. You would have to add the two figures together. In answer 3, I think it's the $5 million. Over $5 million was just for that specific period.
That 3-month period?
That 3-month period between January and April. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So, Madam Speaker, when you speak about that money, that is money that all government spent basically in our defense. this had not, this didn't go towards the commission of inquiry. It was in our defense, the legal part.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I mean, we broke it down to legal fees. We also included here public relations and security. And certainly, as we said before, that doesn't quantify the cost of the public servants and the paper and all the other things that had to be done to facilitate the process. So it was an expensive endeavor of defending the people of the Virgin Islands during that time.
Madam Speaker, I want the Premier to pay attention to something regarding this matter, that he is now telling me, based on his discovery, that the government spent $8 million. A majority of it went towards legal representation for the government. I want him to look into the idea that there was another set of attorneys commissioned to this endeavor, Silk Legal to be exact, and as far as I know, they have not been settled. So I want the Premier to look into that matter. Question number 10, Madam Speaker.
Pardon me, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. I prudent at this time for us to take a recess. This House is now in recess. This House now resumes its sitting. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, my apologies. You may continue.
Apologies accepted, Madam Speaker. I would hope that it would be nice if I know how far I can go now. Can we go to the end of the questions, Madam Speaker, before we break for lunch?
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Yes, and that's because there's no lunch. Or it's because you're being nice to me. I take the last one, you're being nice. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was about to tell the Honorable Premier that I wanted him to look into the settlement for Silk Legal in light of what we just discussed here regarding the legal attorneys for the government. I'll go to question number 10, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Commission of Inquiry, which had an initial mandate for 6 months, has been stretched to double that, to which I presume at a cost that is proportionate. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House what is the cost for that operation to date and the projected cost to completion, and B, who is paying for it?
Madam Speaker, the cost of operation to date, based on my previous answers given in question 9, is $8,057,483.80. Madam Speaker, I'm unable to give the projected cost to completion at this stage, as it is likely that there may be some final bills to be submitted. I'll be better positioned to give an update at a later sitting of this Honorable House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, during the COI, Commission of Inquiry's hearing, I couldn't help but notice that the governor, both past and present, were called as witnesses. To this day, I am struck by the logic of it, and it leaves me with a few questions. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House how was he able to discern A, whose interest was the governor serving, given that he represents the UK while in the territory? B, who paid for his legal fees? And C, how were they paid?
Madam Speaker, I say this with all humility as I can muster, but I don't perceive it to be my role to discern whose interests the governor was serving when he appeared before the Commission of Inquiry. I would leave the member and others to come to their own conclusions about that. I believe that the governor would have provided answers to the question raised based on his knowledge and experience and the respective matters raised. In answer to B, Madam Speaker, the governor appeared before the Commission of Inquiry on the 24th of November 2021 with questions posed by Sir Geoffrey Cox on behalf of the Attorney General. In those circumstances, the Attorney General did not legally represent him. Instead, private legal representation was provided in consultation with the Attorney General, with the cost to be met by the government of the Virgin Islands. The cost incurred was $44,220. In answer to C, Madam Speaker, the bill has not yet been paid The contract is currently being vetted, following which the payment will be processed. Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his questions.
Madam Speaker, I need a little clarity on the answer to A, because I'm not sure that I understood what the Premier said, that he's not competent to discern or who the governor represented. Madam Speaker, let me ask the Premier as a follow-up. Is it his position that he would be quite comfortable if the governor represented the UK and still have us pay? Or he was not sure whether he represented the UK or the BVI? I'm not sure the answer that he gave, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I do understand the question. It's an interesting question, but I'm just not in the position to answer exactly who the governor was representing when he was being questioned by Sir Geoffrey Pax. And I'll perhaps defer to others who may have the answer to that particular question. I do recognize, however, the importance of the question, given the governor's being a representative of the Queen and also serving as governor to the people of the Virgin Islands here, albeit unelected, but of course being appointed to serve here in the Virgin Islands and serve the people of the Virgin Islands. I understand the question, but certainly I think perhaps the governor would be the better person to say who he was representing at the time of that questioning. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I leave that there. I think the Premier said as much as he could, especially given the circumstances. I leave that there. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Premier and Minister of Finance for answering the questions.
Madam Speaker, allow me also to thank the Leader of the Opposition for his questions. And let me say I'm happy that I survived the first round of questioning from the Leader of the Opposition. He's someone I respect a great deal, given his years in the House, and we're grateful to have him here to help us transition, as many of us are new to our roles. I think he can play a very important role in helping us and also by holding our feet to the fire and keeping us accountable. So, Madam Speaker, I certainly thank the member for his questions, and he can expect that we will not devalue the role of questions in the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank the Premier, Madam Speaker.
I thank the Honorable Premier and Leader of the Opposition. I now call upon the Leader of the Opposition and member for the 3rd District to ask the Honorable Deputy Premier and Minister for Communications and Works his questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 1. Madam Speaker, the Bywater sewage treatment plant at Bird Point, which is responsible for the treatment of sewage throughout Roetown, including Bargers Bay, Purcell, Hunton's Gut, and all other areas within the metropolitan Roetown, has been out of commission since receiving damages by Hurricane Irma, and to my knowledge, still is. If this is so, Madam Speaker, it means that all that raw sewage is being dumped in the ocean off Slaney. Madam Speaker, could the Deputy Premier and Minister for Communications and Works please tell this Honorable House whether A, the Bywater sewage treatment plant at Bird Point is in operation, B, if the answer to A is no, why not, and C, when did it last operate, D, if the answer to A is yes, when did it come back into operation, what was the cost to fix it, and by whom?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the Leader of the Opposition for the question. Madam Speaker, the Board Point wastewater treatment plant is currently not in operation. Madam Speaker, the treatment plant received substantial damages during the passages of the hurricanes of 2017. On 12 August 2020, Cabinet decided that the original contractor Bywater should recommission the Board Point wastewater treatment plant. This decision was taken to ensure compatibility with the original equipment and overall plant specification, in addition to the engagement of the design professionals that are already familiar with the plant. The initial estimated cost to repair the plant was in excess of $2 million, and efforts to repair the plant were interrupted by budgetary constraint as the territory maneuvered the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that the ministry has been able to negotiate with the contractor, and a contract for the phase 1 repairs of the plant in the amount of $1,576,000, $419.56 has been drafted. The scope of the works covers the cost of repairs, spare parts, and the provision of operational support. Madam Speaker, while this is only phase 1, the plant would be operational until we are able to complete phase 2, which will focus on the management and operation of the plant. C, Madam Speaker, the treatment plant was partially operational.
Madam Speaker, I think something you said, while this is only phase 1, the plant would be operational or would not be operational until complete phase 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It would be operational. To answer C, Madam Speaker, the treatment plant was partially operational until it received substantial damages during the passages of the hurricanes in 2017. Thank you.
Two things. Madam Speaker, the minister said that the plant got damaged in 2017, rendering it inoperable. And he said that Cabinet approved the money in 2020. 17, that's 18, 19, that's 3 years later. So it gives the impression, Madam Speaker, and the minister could clear this up for me, that there was no rush to get this plant up and running, is there? Was there?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, upon taking office and understanding the severity of this plant, the ministry worked tirelessly to make sure that we got the quotation, and we were able to take it then to Cabinet to be able to award the contractor for the repairs and recommissioning of the plant. Madam Speaker, at that time, we were on the heels of COVID-19, and unfortunately, most of the resources were then utilized for the COVID-19 operation. And Mr. Speaker, as it continues to be a priority, we were able to now secure the funds while we renegotiated with the contractor to be able to get the plant back up and running. And Mr. Speaker, I am happy to say that we are at that stage where we are about to sign the contract. We're working with the Attorney General's chambers to get to that point.
Madam Speaker, I want the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance to hear this, because these are realities that I have to live with. The Minister for Communication and Works just mentioned the sewage treatment plant at Bird Point, right over there. Right over there, Madam Speaker, around the corner. And the Minister for Health and Social Development got up a little earlier and talked about an incinerator right down there in Poplar Pond. 2 waste facilities, waste disposal facilities in the 3rd District that are non-functional, Mr. Premier. It is your duty and your responsibility to make it right. Not only that they're dumping the crap in the 3rd District, Madam Speaker, the waste in the 3rd District, it's for the territory, the whole territory. And I wish for you to assist your ministers in getting this done. Follow up, Mr. Minister. You said that the sewage treatment plant will have a contract in the works. What is your projected date for having that plant up and running? Phase 1, as you said. What's the projected date?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are anticipated that the recommissioning will take about 6 months. So once all the paperwork are ironed out, we'll be able to then commence the works.
Do you have all the money for that phase 1 commissioning, the contract and all that in your ministry? Well, I just heard you had $2 million, so I guess the answer is yes. But you can answer anyway, Madam Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Given the time, I would like for us to take a break for lunch. In this vein, this House is in recess until 2:45.
2:45, what time is it now? 1:33.
Leader of the Opposition and Member for the 3rd District, continue his questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 2 for the Minister for Communication and Works, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with regards to the production of water on Tortola, to the Deputy Premier Minister for Communication and Works, please tell this Honorable House whether A, production is at pace with demand, B, if the answer is yes, is he still rationing water? C, what was the daily production of water by the Bywater plant at Parakita Bay for April 2021? And what is the daily contracted minimum? D, what was the daily production of water by the Ocean Conversion Plant at Bar Bay for April 2021? And what is the daily contracted minimum?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, the water plants in the territory, Madam Speaker, are currently producing sufficient water to meet the demands of the customers, the consumers. B, Madam Speaker, the territory has been plagued with a water distribution issue for a number of years. As we continue to address breakages, leaks, and pressure flows, oftentimes the need to maintain certain water levels in the tanks require the department to restrict the water flow to certain areas while the tanks are being filled. C, Madam Speaker, the daily production of water by the Bywater desal plant at Parakita Bay for April 2021 was 1,930,000 imperial gallons per day. The daily contracted minimum is 2,300,000 imperial gallons per day. Madam Speaker, the Bywater plant is currently producing a contracted 2,300,000 imperial gallons per day, following the assistance of the Ministry of Communications and Works with installing 2 transformers to increase the capacity of the water production. D, Madam Speaker, the average daily production of water by the Ocean Conversion Desalination Plant at Bar Bay for April 2021 was 525,839 imperial gallons per day. The daily contracted minimum is 500,000 imperial gallons per day.
Madam Speaker, can I get some clarification before I ask the question? You said that the daily production at Bywater is 1,930,000, but then he said that it's producing, the contracted amount is 2.3 million. Is that right? What am I on? It's producing 1.93.
Madam Speaker, the question by the Leader of the Opposition asked, what was the daily production of water by the Bywater plant at Parakita Bay for April 2021? My response, Madam Speaker, was that the desal plant at that time, April 2021, was producing 1,930,000 imperial gallons per day. The contracted minimum has been, since inception, 2,300,000 imperial gallons per day. And we are now meeting that demand because we were able to install the 2 transformers to get sufficient energy to be able to produce that water, Madam Speaker.
So, Madam Speaker, being 400,000 gallons shy of the contracted minimum, the government sucked that up because you were supposed to be producing the electricity, providing electricity for them. Is that right?
Madam Speaker, the answer to that follow-up is that the way the contract was constructed, the minimum to be paid was 2.3 million imperial gallons. And yes, electricity was to be provided, and it was only since understanding the need to be able to provide sufficient energy to be able to produce the water, we were able to then install those additional transformers.
Madam Speaker, the question I'm asking and the answer I'm looking for is whether or not you paid for 2.3 million gallons, since it was your fault that they couldn't produce the 2.3 million gallons.
Mr. Speaker, since the contract was signed and the way it was signed, we have been paying for the minimum of 2.3 million imperial gallons.
Madam Speaker, the minister also stated that the production of water is adequate for the territory, for the territory's demand. But yet, Madam Speaker, I asked a question about rationing. Water is being rationed. Is water being rationed because you are not in a position to deliver the water to people? Why it has to be rationed?
Madam Speaker, yes, I understand the importance of the question, but I'm not sure if this is a follow-up or a new question. I think this is about the fourth follow-up, Madam Speaker. But I will answer like I did by stating that we have been plagued with water distribution issues for a number of years, Madam Speaker. And as we continue to address the breakages, leaks, pressure flows, oftentimes we need to maintain certain water levels in the tanks. And this requires the department to restrict the water flow to certain areas while the tanks are being filled. So at times, in order to keep the reservoirs at a certain level, we may need to restrict water flow in certain areas. But the water production is not an issue, Madam Speaker, and we are working to address the distribution woes that have been long-standing.
Madam Speaker, I just want the minister to know that I didn't ask four questions. I needed clarity of some of the questions he answered, because I asked a direct question as to whether or not he was rationing water, and he never gave me that answer. And I had to kind of deduce from what he said that it was because of the pressure flows and breakage and all the rest of it is the reason that we've been denied or deprived of water. So I didn't ask four questions, Madam Speaker. But I see the minister might be a little tired, so I wouldn't press that any further. Madam Speaker, let me move to question number 3. Madam Speaker, the people of Harvard has long expressed a desire to have a government supply of potable water. But unfortunately, due to some covenant constraint extending the water line to the estate was prohibited. It is my understanding that those restrictions no longer exist, thus making it possible to provide the service. Madam Speaker, could the Deputy Premier and Minister for Communications and Works please tell this Honorable House whether A, his ministry is in possession of any formal request for this service? B, if yes, is it sufficient to worth his while in terms of feasibility, and C, if no, what does he need to convince him that the service is necessary?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can't accept that I'm tired. Just needed some clarity on the question. Well, Madam Speaker, of all the properties registered in the Havers estate, the Water and Sewage Department is in possession of one formal request for a water line connection. And B, Madam Speaker, a key component of the Water and Sewage Department's mission is to ensure the provision of a continuous supply of safe, potable water. When new water connection applications are received, the department ascertains the feasibility of extending the water line, and once the required resources are available, the water line is extended and a new connection is made. Therefore, if the residents of Havers Estates are desirous of being connected to the public water system, I encourage them to submit their additional applications to the department.
Fair enough, Madam Speaker. According to the minister, he has in his possession one single solitary application from the residents of Havers. So I will make that clear to them that they ought to get those applications into you as quickly as possible so as to avoid the inconvenience of having water. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
And thank you, Madam Speaker, for the question from the Leader of the Opposition.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition and the Minister for Health and Social Development. My apologies. The Minister for Communications and Works. I now call upon the Leader of the Opposition to ask his questions to the Minister for Health and Social Developments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am aware there are difficulties being experienced in Parkwood Pond with the incinerator to the point where it became inoperable. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Health and Social Development please tell us, Honorable House, A, whether the incinerator is currently being used to dispose of garbage brought to Parkwood Pond? B, what are the long-term plans for garbage disposal at Parkwood Pond?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member and Leader of the Opposition for asking this question. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is correct in stating that the significant challenges have plagued operations at the incinerator plant at Parkwood Pond over several years. Most recently, a major fire that erupted in February of this year caused extensive damage to the main components of the incinerator, and those parts would need to be replaced in order for the unit to be brought back into operation. Therefore, the incinerator is not currently being used to dispose of garbage brought to Parkwood Pond. Madam Speaker, I would like to assure the honourable member that we have placed a high priority on resolving this problem. On Monday, the 29th of May, 2022, my team and I spoke directly with the president of the manufacturing company to devise a strategy for expediting the supply of the replacement parts that have already been ordered. The ministry is also seeking additional resources to procure the main control panel, which is the other major piece of equipment that we need in order to recommission the incinerator. Madam Speaker, we expect all these items to be shipped and installed before the end of this year. B, Madam Speaker. Excuse me? End of this year. Yeah, end of this year. Answer to B of this section, part B of the question, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Social Development is developing a comprehensive strategy for solid waste management in the territory, which proposes long-term solutions of waste disposal. The ideal course of action will be to discontinue the unsustainable practice of hillside dumping, and construct a properly engineered landfill and materials recovering facility in a new location. The RDA has been tasked with proposing viable locations and designing a new landfill. The facility at Parkwood Pond could then be converted into a tertiary treatment plant with backup equipment that would provide redundancy for the main landfill site.
Madam Speaker, I just want to get the minister to clarify what I was trying to hear from him. The panel that you ordered is, I would imagine, is essential for getting the incinerator up and running, and you're saying it's not going to come until the end of this year. If it comes in at the end of the year, how long would it take after it reach to BVI for the plant to be up and running?
No, you misunderstood, Leader of the Opposition. The intention is to have everything shipped before the end of the year and installed before the end of the year. So not that the panel is going to be shipped by the end of the year. All the components that are necessary to get the plant up and running should be shipped before the end of the year and installed before the end of the year. That is our target.
And another question, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, regarding the waste. You mentioned that you've contacted the RDA to come up with a plan for long-term disposal of garbage, and you want to discontinue the practice of using the landfill or open burning. Is this plan that you asked the RDA to initiate, is this something that you have formally made? This request is a formal request, or it was just a discussion that you had with these people?
It's a formal contract, Leader of the Opposition. There's a contract in place currently with a consultant who is currently developing plans and ideas for a permanent landfill facility at, we haven't decided on the location yet. And we actually have a meeting on Friday to have discussions with this consultant as well. We're looking at possibility of expanding the scope in terms of some additional plans and ideas that we have for the whole disposal of waste in the territory. So I think once we've met on Friday, get an opportunity to meet on Friday, then we'll be able to report, more substantially in terms of the way forward.
One further question, Madam Speaker, because the minister mentioned it. He said for the further disposal of waste in the country. Does that waste include the derelict vehicles, which I understood that they're busy trying to get them back into Sikausway?
The current arrangement doesn't include derelict vehicles, but we've been having discussions on plans for the derelict vehicle disposal process. We know we had a process where we were shipping them out via badges. I know they've been accumulating on a site down just past Parkwood Pond as well. But I can't formally give an update on that at this time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer.
All right. Also, Madam Speaker, thank you, and thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition and Minister for Health and Social Development. Madam Clerk.
Item number 11, public business. 1, government business.
I recognize the Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to move a motion for the reordering of the order paper. Madam Speaker, I move a motion to make the current 11.1 Roman numeral 4. We want to move that to 11.1 Roman numeral 1. That's a supplementary appropriation that we're moving to Roman numeral 1. We want to make the current 11.1.5, which is another supplementary appropriation, we want to move that to 11.1 Roman numeral 2. We want the Business Licensing Act 2020 to be 11.1.3. The Child Maintenance and Access Amendment Act 2021 to be moved to 11.1 Roman numeral 4, and the Nonprofit Organizations Amendment Act 2022 to be moved to 11.1 Roman numeral 5. I so move, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion in reordering the order paper.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded concerning the reordering of the order papers, particularly 11.1, Roman numerals 4 and 5 will now be 11.1, Roman numerals 1 and 2, respectively. And for the renumbering of Roman numerals, for the renumbering of 11.1, Roman numerals 3, 4, and, for Roman numerals 1, 2, and 3 to be renumbered Roman numerals 3, 4, and 5, respectively. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I now call upon the Minister of Finance.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House do resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the schedules of additional provisions number 2 of 2021.
Madam Speaker, I do rise to second the motion.
Thank you. A motion has been moved and seconded that this House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the schedules of additional provisions, number 2 of 2021. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. This House is now in committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the schedules of additional provisions, number 2 of 2021, were examined in detail and have passed through committee stage with amendments.
The floor is now open for debate. Call on the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will now move the motion. Be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the supplementary estimate set out in the schedule, which represents monies to be expended under their respective heads in variation or excess of the amount appropriated by the Appropriation Act 2020, number 27 of 2020, as follows. Recurrent expenditure of $4,636,800 to be expended in excess of the appropriated amount from the Consolidated Fund of the Territory. Capital acquisition expenditure of $49,900 to be expended in excess of the appropriated amount, and capital expenditure of $732,000 to be expended in excess of the appropriated amount from the Development Fund of the Territory. Madam Speaker, I'll just say a few additional words before the motion is seconded and debated. Madam Speaker, of course, this is what we refer to as a cleanup exercise. This schedule of additional provisions represents monies which were expended last year, towards the end of the year. And of course, it is customary that certainly towards the end of the year, you'll have monies moving from head to head to fill gaps which need to be filled in many instances. But, Madam Speaker, there are a number of items which this money was expended on, and I'll just list a few of them for the benefit of the public. There were monies expended on increments for our hard-working public servants. There was money expended on the Teacher Training Institute at the college to ensure that our teachers instructing our young people in the education system are well trained, which is a benefit to our entire society. We had monies expended in detaining illegal immigrants. And that's an area, Madam Speaker, where we have to pay some attention because we do not have a detention center presently, and that causes a security challenge, as we've seen with some of the persons who have escaped the custody of the hotel where they were being housed. But it's also very expensive. We have monies expended for the global water arbitration. We've had monies expended for the R.T. O'Neill administration complex. We've had monies expended for the King Garden Bay sewage system, as well as bush cutting and drain cleaning. Madam Speaker, all of this money was necessary to be expended. But moving forward, Madam Speaker, we have to have a conversation with our ministries and departments of governments and the people of the Virgin Islands about how we provide the needed funding in the vital and critical areas which need to be funded. Presently, the revenues that we collect are not enough to fund all the priorities of government. So we must become more aggressive about raising revenue. That means the diversification of the economy. That means the strengthening of the tourism sector. That means seeking new industries. And of course, we have been speaking about them for some years now. It's time to deliver on those promises of a diversified economy. Certainly, we have to put some attention, and this is already in process, in the revenue that we already have, making sure that we're able to collect that revenue, whether through technology, whether through whatever enhanced processes that we need to make sure that our collection of revenue is optimized. And we also have to look at some of the liabilities we presently have and how we're able to spend money and cut out any unneeded expenditure and become more efficient and effective. I'll give you an example, Madam Speaker. We have to take a look at how we can save money. Let's take a look at paper. How can we print less paper? Truly go electronic. We speak about e-government. How can technology help us to save some money? We talk about the high price of fuel and as a result, the high cost of energy. How can we introduce more solar, more alternative energy to help us to save some resources? Let's take a look at the government fleet and see how we can perhaps introduce some vehicles which are a lot less expensive to be able to fuel. There's a number of things that we have to look at. We have unfunded liabilities like pensions. And we have to look at pension reform because certainly that's something that will end up bankrupting the government and the country if we do not address it. There are a number of things that we've been speaking about for a number of years, but we're at a critical stage now with the pressure that's on our financial services sector, as well as the growing population that we have, and the need to invest more in our infrastructure, in our roads, in our sewage system, in our water systems, etc. We're at a critical stage now, and we have to take action now if we're going to continue to keep the lights on, so to speak, and continue to be able to meet our obligations, to continue to employ our hard-working public servants, and to continue to provide the public services that people require in this modern Virgin Islands. So, of course, this money represents money expended last year. And right after this particular schedule of additional provisions, we'll be looking at a supplementary a schedule of additional provisions for this year, which is money that is going to be spent and perhaps some money which has been spent already. And we have to be cognizant of a new approach that we have to take to ensure that we're fiscally responsible and that our economy and our government finances remain viable. Having said that, Madam Chair, I'm glad that we were able to get money expended on some of these critical issues. I'm looking forward to being able to discuss the schedule of additional provisions which are coming up after this, so that we can solve some of these challenges, because some of this money is actually going to help us save money in the long run, in addition to meeting the needs of our people. So having said that, Madam Speaker, I put this motion forward to the members of the House of Assembly, and I'm grateful for their support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support this resolution. And while I'm on my feet, I think it is necessary for me to acknowledge the work done by the Ministry of Finance in terms of bringing this resolution to this House today. We understand that this is a cleanup exercise, and we must acknowledge them, as these are things that arise during the year, and we are now able to regularize them and be in good standing. Madam Speaker, it is important to note the Minister of Finance went into all the areas, but I just want to also acknowledge the public officers, those who were able to get their increments from 2017, that is included in the SAP, and I know that there are some that have said they haven't received them as yet. But Madam Speaker, I think these exercises are important, especially noting that things arrived during the year that initially wasn't budgeted, and now we're able to have them addressed and regularized. And I am sure now the Minister of Finance being in the seat, he would understand all the things that seem to be priority within all the different ministries. So I know his task is not easy, but with the support of his good team at the Ministry of Finance, he will be able to juggle and make sure that all these areas are addressed. We have areas from payroll adjustment to purchasing of vehicles, buying furniture, travel, a variety of things, Madam Speaker. But as the SAP for the 2022 comes, we'll then be able to go deeper into what is needed for this year. But Madam Speaker, I just want to rise and second this and stand in support, noting that these are funds that are already spent already, and we are now regularizing them. So I thank you.
Thank you, Premier and Deputy Premier. The floor is now open for debate. I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I promise not to be long, but while I have this opportunity, Madam Speaker, I want to, as was echoed earlier in the days shortly after your ascension to the seat of Speaker, I want to join with my colleagues and give my congratulations and welcome to you for your new post, for your new job as we journey to transform these Virgin Islands and address some of the issues that have been long-standing and put and place our territory back in right standing. for generations yet unborn. Madam Speaker, the member for the Deputy Premier won't offer me a glass of water, but it's okay. Madam Speaker, I just want to stand in support of this process because it is one that, as the Premier went into details and the Deputy Premier echoed, it is a cleanup exercise, but I tend to like where the Premier is going in his thoughts and words, that there are some things that we're going to have to do differently. There are some areas, even during the committee stage, you heard the leader opposition, and not too long ago I was over there with him ensuring that we put some of the things in place in terms of our priorities. So I'm on board wholeheartedly with where Dr. Whitley, our Premier now, is going in terms of addressing and shifting the way that we do business in the territory on behalf of the people. And his statement, Madam Speaker, 2 days ago, I believe it was, reinforced that there are going to be some changes, there are going to be some difficulties and uncomfort, as he stated, Madam Speaker, that we all have to encompass and we all have to embrace. But change is necessary to not only address the areas of recommendations in the COI report, change is necessary for us to also put in motion and put in place policies and funding behind areas that the COI report did not highlight, because we have this opportunity, Madam Speaker. I have to keep looking at you so I don't say Mr. Speaker. So you would accept my apology, and I see the AG watching me, so I want to make sure that I don't get in problem with the ladies in this house. But Madam Speaker, it is important that as we go into the additional appropriation for 2022, I believe that's where the Premier will lay out his timeline and time horizon to get certain things done within this space that we have remaining for the 2022 year, but also help us to shape where we're going within the ministries, within the departments of government, and most importantly, changes that will benefit the people of these Virgin Islands to make it and make this place, Madam Speaker, a place that we can all once again continue to be proud of and eradicate some of the things that we have done wrong and some of the things that we have allowed to continue as being wrong. I believe, Madam Speaker, this is the opportunity that we are taking. We are all on board to ensure that it is happening. And Madam Speaker, with those few words, I just want to lend my support. You will hear from me again on the additional appropriation proceedings that are coming up for 2022, but I lend my support and I stand to do just that, Madam Speaker. So I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Minister for Natural Resources and Labor. I now call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Deputy Premier and the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor for their verbal support, for the sentiments they expressed during this debate, and certainly I thank all members in anticipation of their support of this schedule of additional provisions. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I put this motion forward to the members for their support, and we're looking forward to moving on to the SAP that comes after this one, for the benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier and Minister of Finance. It has been moved and seconded that the Council approve the sum of money detailed in the Schedules of Additional Provisions, number 2 of 2021. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House do resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the schedules of additional provisions number 1 of 2022.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
A motion has been moved and seconded that this House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the schedules of additional provision, number 1 of 2022. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. This House is in committee.